Welcome back to Noctivera. Tonight, we are going somewhere old, somewhere made of stone and cold morning air, and the sound of roosters who have no concept of letting you sleep in. Tonight, you are going to become a medieval knight. Not the Hollywood kind with the perfect hair and the witty one-liners. The real kind. The kind who smells like horse and iron and yesterday's stew, and who has never once in his life used the word chivalry in a sentence without someone telling him to stop talking and go polish a sword. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. I always like knowing who's out there, drifting off to the sound of someone talking very slowly about the Middle Ages. Now, close your eyes if you want to, or leave them open. It does not matter. What matters is that you let the world you are in right now get a little quieter, a little softer, a little further away, because the world we are going to is 700 years in the past, and it has been waiting for you. Let us begin. You are 7 years old. You are small, and the world is enormous. The castle in front of you is the largest thing you have ever seen, and it is not even a particularly large castle. It is a minor lord's estate in the English countryside, sometime around the year 1280, and to you, it looks like a mountain that someone has hollowed out and filled with people. Your father brought you here this morning. He rode beside you on his horse while you sat on a smaller horse that was, in truth, more of a pony with ambitions. The ride took most of the day. Your father did not say much. He is not a man who says much. He told you that you would be living here now, that you would learn to serve, and that if you behaved well and learned your lessons, you might one day become a knight. He said this the way someone might say that if you eat your vegetables, you might one day grow tall. It was not a promise. It was a possibility, wrapped in an expectation, wrapped in the understanding that you did not really have a choice. Your mother said goodbye to you yesterday. She held you for a long time, and her hands smelled like bread and lavender, and she told you to be good and to say your prayers. You are trying very hard not to think about her right now, because if you think about her, something in your chest will do that thing it does, and you are 7, and you are supposed to be brave. The castle gate is open. There are people moving in and out of it like ants around a hill. Servants carrying baskets. A man leading 2 goats. A woman with a bucket of something that smells terrible. And she does not seem to mind, which tells you something about the general smell situation you are about to enter into. Your father speaks to a man at the gate. There is a brief conversation you cannot hear. The man looks down at you, nods, and then your father turns to you and says something along the lines of, "Behave yourself." And then he is gone, just like that. He rides back through the gate and down the road, and you watch him until he is a small shape against the gray sky, and then he is nothing at all. Take a breath. You are here now. This is your home. A woman takes your hand. She is older, with a face that looks like it has seen a great many 7-year-olds come through this gate, and she is not particularly impressed by any of them, including you. She leads you through the courtyard, past the kitchen where something is being roasted, and the smoke drifts out in thick, meaty clouds, past the stables where the horses stand in their stalls, and watch you with large, liquid eyes that seem to know more than you do about what is coming. She brings you to a room. It is not your room. It is a room you will share with 4 other boys, all of whom are also pages, all of whom are also 7 or 8, and all of whom are currently looking at you the way cats look at a new cat, with suspicion, with mild hostility, with the quiet understanding that the sleeping arrangements have just gotten worse. Your bed is a straw mattress on the floor. It smells like straw, which is to say, it smells like dust and dried grass and something faintly animal. There is a wool blanket that is more holes than blanket, and a pillow that is really just a smaller, sadder lump of straw, pretending to have ambitions. You will sleep here tonight and every night for the next several years. Eventually, you will stop noticing the smell. You will stop noticing a lot of things. That is what humans do. They adapt. They get used to it. And right now, getting used to it is the single most important skill you can learn. The first evening is long. You eat in the great hall, which is not as great as the name suggests. It is a large room with a high ceiling and a fire at one end that is supposed to heat the whole space, but mostly just heats the people sitting within arm's reach of it. Everyone else is cold. You are cold. This is a theme that will continue for the rest of your medieval life. Being cold is the default state of existence in a stone building in England in the 13th century. Warmth is the exception. Warmth is something you earn or steal or huddle toward. The food is simple. Bread. A thick stew of something. Root vegetables boiled into submission. A piece of cheese that has the texture of a very determined sponge. You eat it all because you are hungry, and because the alternative is not eating. And you have already learned, even at 7, that not eating is worse than eating something unpleasant. The other boys begin to talk to you, cautiously. They ask where you are from. They ask about your father. One of them, a boy named William, who has been here for almost a year, tells you that the lord of the castle is strict but fair, and that the lady is kind, and that the cook will give you extra bread if you help carry things to the kitchen. This is useful information. You file it away. Night comes. It comes the way it comes in places without electricity, which is to say, it comes completely. The darkness in a medieval castle at night is not the gentle dimness of a modern bedroom, with streetlight leaking through the curtains. It is total. It is the kind of dark where you cannot see your own hand, and so you stop trying and just close your eyes, because there is no difference anymore. You lie on your straw mattress and listen to the sounds of the castle settling, the wind outside, a dog barking somewhere, the breathing of the other boys, someone coughing, the distant sound of footsteps on stone, and you do not know whose they are, and it does not matter. You think about your mother. You think about your home. You think about your own bed, which was also a straw mattress, but it was your straw mattress, and it smelled like your house, and it was in a room where you could hear your parents talking softly in the next room, and that sound was the safest sound in the world. Take a breath. Let the stone settle around you. You are going to be all right. You do not know that yet. Lying here in the dark in a strange castle with strange boys and a blanket that barely deserves the name. But you are going to be all right. You are going to grow up here. You are going to learn things you cannot yet imagine. You are going to learn how to serve a meal and how to ride a horse, and how to hold a sword, and how to kneel before a lord, and how to stand up again afterward. You are going to learn patience and endurance, and the quiet art of doing what you are told without complaint, which is perhaps the most medieval skill of all. But all of that is tomorrow, and the day after, and the years after that. For now there is only this: the dark, the straw, the sound of breathing, the cold stone walls holding you in like cupped hands. And slowly, without meaning to, you fall asleep. When you wake, it is still dark, or rather, it is that particular shade of not quite dark that passes for dawn in the medieval world. Someone is shaking your shoulder. It is William, the boy from last night. And he is telling you to get up, that there is work to do, that the day has started whether you are ready for it or not. You are not ready for it. But you get up anyway. And this, too, is a lesson. Perhaps the most important one. The morning routine of a page is not complicated, but it is relentless. You wash your face in a basin of cold water. And when I say cold, I mean the kind of cold that makes you understand, at a molecular level, that the world is not interested in your comfort. You dry your face on a cloth that everyone else has also dried their face on, and you try not to think about that too much. You dress. Your clothes are simple: a tunic, hose, shoes that are essentially leather bags with aspirations. Everything is wool or linen, and everything itches, and you will be itchy for the rest of the Middle Ages. This is not something the stories mention, but it is perhaps the most consistent experience of medieval life. The itching. It is always there, like a background hum of mild discomfort that you eventually learn to ignore the way you learn to ignore church bells. They are always ringing, and you are always itching, and that is just how it is. You go to the chapel. Every day begins in the chapel, because every day in the medieval world begins with God. The chapel is small and cold and smells like beeswax and old stone, and the particular kind of damp that lives in buildings that have never once been fully dry. You kneel on the stone floor and you pray, or you move your lips in the shape of prayer while thinking about breakfast, which is essentially the same thing when you are 7. The Lord's chaplain leads the morning prayers. He is a thin man with a thin voice and thin patience for boys who fidget, which is all boys, because boys are made of fidgeting. You learn quickly to hold still, not because you have found inner peace, but because the consequences of fidgeting are unpleasant, and you are a fast learner when it comes to avoiding unpleasant consequences. After prayers, there is breakfast. Bread again. Always bread. Bread is the foundation upon which the entire medieval diet is built. If the Middle Ages had a food pyramid, bread would be the pyramid. There might also be cheese, or porridge, or leftover stew from the night before, warmed over the fire until it reaches a temperature that could generously be described as warm adjacent. And then the day begins in earnest. As a page, your job is to serve. You serve the lord and lady of the castle. You serve at meals. You carry things. You fetch things. You stand quietly in rooms while adults have conversations that do not concern you, and you learn the art of being present without being noticed, which is a skill that will serve you well for the rest of your life. You learn to pour wine without spilling it. This takes practice. The first time you pour wine for the Lord, your hands shake, and a thin red line runs down the side of the cup and onto the white tablecloth. And the Lord looks at you with an expression that is not angry, exactly, but is the kind of disappointed that is worse than angry. You do not spill the wine again. Or rather, you do, but less, and then less, and eventually not at all. You learn to carve meat. This is considered an important skill for a young nobleman, which tells you something about the priorities of the medieval aristocracy. The ability to carve a roast properly is, in their estimation, roughly as important as the ability to read, and significantly more important than the ability to do mathematics, which nobody cares about, because mathematics is for monks and merchants, and people who are not going to hit anyone with a sword. You learn manners, how to bow, how to address a lord, how to address a lady, which is different, and involves more bowing and less eye contact, how to enter a room and how to leave it, how to eat without putting your elbows on the table, which, it turns out, has been a rule since at least the 13th century. So if you thought your parents invented that one, they did not. Take a breath. Let the rhythm of this life settle into you. The days pass. They pass slowly at first, the way days pass when everything is new and slightly frightening. And then they pass quickly, the way days pass when they are all the same. You wake, you pray, you eat, you serve, you learn, you eat again, you serve again, you pray again, you sleep, and then you do it all over. The castle becomes familiar. The courtyard, where the chickens peck at the ground and the dogs sleep in patches of sunlight. The kitchen, where the cook, a large woman named Agnes, who rules her domain with an iron ladle, produces enormous quantities of food from what seems like very little. The stables, where you begin to learn about horses, which is to say, you begin to learn about the creatures that will define your life more than any human being ever will. Horses. Medieval knights and horses are inseparable, not in the romantic way that stories suggest, but in the practical way that a carpenter is inseparable from his tools. A knight without a horse is just a man in heavy metal clothing walking very slowly and sweating. The horse is everything. The horse is transportation, weapon, status symbol, and occasionally companion, though the companionship is largely one-sided because the horse does not particularly care about your feelings. The horse cares about food, water, and whether you are going to make it run at something dangerous. Your relationship with horses begins here, as a page, when you learn to groom them and feed them and muck out their stalls, which is a polite way of saying you shovel horse manure. And there is a tremendous amount of horse manure in the medieval world. You also learn to ride. Your first riding lessons are on that same patient pony who carried you here. And the pony regards you with the weary tolerance of a creature who has taught 100 small boys how to not fall off, and who expects to teach 100 more. You fall off. Everyone falls off. Falling off a horse is one of the most reliable experiences of medieval childhood, right up there with being cold and eating bread. You fall off, and you get back on, and you fall off again, and eventually you stop falling off, not because you have become a good rider, but because your body has learned, through sheer repetition and bruising, how to stay balanced on a moving animal. The other boys become your friends, or something close to friends. You share a room and meals and lessons and punishments, and this creates a bond that is not quite friendship, but is not far from it either. William, who woke you that first morning, becomes something like a brother. He is a year older and knows everything, or at least everything that matters when you are 8, which is where the extra bread is kept, and which of the castle dogs will let you pet them, and which will bite. There is also a tutor, a monk, or sometimes a priest, who teaches you to read and write. Not everyone learns this. Some pages come from families that do not particularly value literacy, but your father, wherever he is, decided that you should learn your letters, and so you sit in a cold room with a cold monk and learn to scratch words onto a wax tablet with a stylus, and the words are in Latin, and they do not make sense, and they will not make sense for a long time. But you keep scratching them out anyway, because that is what you have been told to do. You learn French as well, or rather, you learn the particular version of French that the English aristocracy speaks, which is not quite French and not quite English, but something in between, a language of courts and manners, and people who want everyone to know they are better than the people who only speak English. You will use this language for the rest of your life, in courts and at feasts, and in the slow, elaborate negotiations that pass for diplomacy in the medieval world. The seasons turn. Your first winter in the castle is an education in cold. You thought you knew what cold was. You did not. Cold, in a medieval castle in winter, is not a temperature. It is a presence. It lives in the stone walls. It lives in the floors. It seeps up through your shoes and into your bones, and it stays there, a permanent resident, paying no rent. You wear everything you own, which is not much, and you still shiver. The fire in the great hall is kept burning day and night, and everyone clusters around it like moths, and there is a constant, quiet negotiation for the seats closest to the warmth. And the lord and lady always win this negotiation, because they are the lord and lady. And the rest of you make do with whatever heat drifts your way. Spring comes like a pardon. The world outside the castle walls turns green, and the air softens, and you can go outside without your fingers going numb. And this feels like a miracle, even though it happens every year. The castle comes alive in spring. The gardens are planted. The animals are let out to graze. The windows, such as they are opened, and fresh air moves through the halls for the first time in months, pushing out the stale, smoky, human-scented fog that has been building since October. You grow. Not just taller, though you do grow taller, in the uneven, surprising way that children grow, where one morning you wake up, and your shoes are too small, and your sleeves are too short, and you have a new pain in your knees that will not go away for weeks. You grow in competence. The tasks that terrified you at 7 are routine at 9. You can pour wine in your sleep. You can serve a meal for 20 without dropping a plate. You can saddle a horse and ride it across a field without falling off more than occasionally. You learn music. Not all pages do, but someone has decided that you should learn to play a simple instrument. A recorder, perhaps, or a small harp. And so you sit in a room and make terrible sounds while a musician winces and tells you to try again. The music is not for battle or glory. It is for evenings in the great hall, when the lord and lady want entertainment, and someone has to provide it, and that someone might as well be you. You're not good at it. You may never be good at it, but you can carry a tune well enough to avoid embarrassment. And in the medieval world, avoiding embarrassment is a significant achievement. You learn about the world, not from books, mostly, because books are rare and expensive and chained to lecterns in monasteries. You learn from listening, from the merchants who pass through the castle, from the traveling friars who bring news from distant towns, from the Lord himself, who sometimes, in expansive moods after dinner, tells stories of his youth, of campaigns he fought in, of places he has been. You learn that the world is larger than your castle, larger than your county, larger than England itself, and that out there, beyond the gray sea, there are lands where the sun is hot and the people speak languages you cannot imagine, and the buildings are made of materials that are not cold, damp stone. You learn about war, not from experience, not yet, but from the stories and from the training that begins to intensify as you grow older. At 10, you are given a wooden sword. It is heavy and clumsy, and you swing it at a wooden post in the yard, while a grizzled man-at-arms named Thomas watches you with the expression of someone who has seen a great many 10-year-olds swing wooden swords at wooden posts and has never once been impressed. Thomas teaches you the basics: how to hold the sword, how to stand, how to move your feet. These things sound simple, and they are simple, in the way that breathing is simple. Everyone can do it, but doing it correctly, under pressure, while someone is trying to hit you, is an entirely different matter. You practice every day. Your arms ache, your shoulders burn, your hands blister, and then callous, and then blister again in new places. Thomas watches and says things like, again, and no, and occasionally, very rarely, better, which feels like being knighted right there in the yard. You also learn to wrestle. Medieval combat is not the elegant fencing of later centuries. It is close, brutal, physical work. And a knight who cannot wrestle is a knight who is going to end up on his back in the mud, with someone sitting on his chest. So you wrestle with the other boys, in the yard, in the mud, getting thrown and throwing, getting pinned and pinning, learning how bodies work and how to make other people's bodies do what you want them to do, which is mostly fall down. Take a breath. Feel the years passing like pages in a book you are reading very slowly. You are 12 now, or perhaps 13. The exact year does not matter. What matters is that you are no longer the smallest boy in the castle. New pages have arrived, younger and more frightened than you were. And you look at them and remember being them, and you show them where the extra bread is kept, because William showed you. And this is how knowledge passes through the world, not through books, but through boys telling other boys where to find bread. You are getting stronger. The wooden sword feels lighter now. Thomas has graduated you to a heavier one, and then a heavier one still, and your arms, which were soft and childlike when you arrived, are roped with the beginnings of muscle. You can ride properly now, not just stay on the horse, but actually ride, turn, stop, gallop, guide the animal with your knees while your hands do other things. This is important. This is, in fact, the single most important skill you will learn, because a knight on horseback with free hands is a weapon, and a knight on horseback who needs both hands to hold on is a passenger. The years between 12 and 14 are a kind of threshold. You are not yet a squire, not yet serving a knight directly, but you can feel it coming. The training intensifies. The expectations increase. The wooden swords give way sometimes to blunted steel. And the first time you hold a real sword, even a dull one, the weight of it sends a message up through your hand and arm and into some deep part of you that understands, without words, that this object is designed to kill people, and that you are being taught to use it. You do not think about the killing part. Not really. Not yet. You think about the technique, the footwork, the way Thomas says to move, the angles and the timing. You think about tournaments and glory and the stories you have heard about famous knights. You do not think about blood. You will think about blood later. Right now, you are 13, and the sword is heavy, and that is enough to occupy your mind. And then one day, the Lord calls you to his chamber, and he tells you that you have done well, and that a knight, a real knight, a man named Sir Geoffrey, who holds lands 2 days' ride to the north, has agreed to take you on as his squire. You will leave in a fortnight. You will serve Sir Geoffrey and learn from him, and if God wills it and you prove worthy, you will one day be dubbed a knight yourself. You kneel and thank the Lord. You go back to your room and sit on your straw mattress, which, after all these years, has molded itself to your body and smells like you. And you think about the fact that you are leaving again, that once again someone has decided where you will go, and you will go there, and you will start over in a new place with new people and a new mattress that does not know the shape of you yet. But you are not 7 anymore. You are 14, and the world, while still enormous, is not as frightening as it was. You have learned to pour wine and carve meat, and ride horses and swing swords, and sleep in the cold, and eat bad cheese, and kneel in chapel, and hold still when you want to fidget. You have learned, in other words, how to endure. And endurance, more than strength or skill or courage, is what makes a knight. Take a breath. Let the castle you have known for 7 years fade behind you. You are moving forward now. Sir Geoffrey is not what you expected. In the stories, knights are tall and broad and handsome, with strong jaws and clear eyes, and the general appearance of men who have never had a bad day. Sir Geoffrey is of medium height, with a slight stoop, a nose that has been broken at least twice, and a permanent expression that suggests he has just remembered something mildly annoying. He is 43 years old, which, in the medieval world, makes him practically elderly, though he moves with the careful efficiency of a man who has learned that wasted energy is wasted life. He greets you in his courtyard. His castle is smaller than the one you came from, more of a fortified manor house, really, with a stone keep and a wooden palisade and a general air of making do. He looks you over the way a man looks over a horse he is considering buying, checking the teeth, the legs, the overall soundness of the investment. He seems satisfied, or at least not actively disappointed, which is the Sir Geoffrey version of enthusiasm. Your duties as a squire are both more and less than what you imagined. More, because you are now personally responsible for another human being's comfort, equipment, and readiness for war. Less, because much of this responsibility involves tasks that are profoundly unglamorous. You help Sir Geoffrey dress in the morning. You help him undress at night. You care for his armor, which is a full-time job in itself, because armor is iron, and iron rusts. And rust is the enemy, and the enemy never sleeps. You spend hours cleaning mail, the interlocking rings of metal that make up a hauberk, by putting it in a barrel with sand and vinegar, and rolling it back and forth until the rings shine. This is not exciting work. It is the kind of work that exists specifically to teach you that most of life is not exciting, and that the ability to do tedious things well is more valuable than the ability to do exciting things poorly. You care for his horses. Sir Geoffrey has 3, a destrier for battle, a massive, ill-tempered animal named tonnerre, which is French for thunder, though a more accurate name would be the horse that bites, a palfrey for everyday riding, a calmer, more sensible animal that regards you with something close to affection, or at least tolerance, and a pack horse for carrying things, who exists in a state of perpetual resignation and has the emotional range of a stone. You train every day, regardless of weather, regardless of how you feel, regardless of anything. Sir Geoffrey himself oversees your training, and he is a patient teacher, but an exacting one. He does not raise his voice. He does not need to. He has a way of looking at you when you do something wrong that makes you feel as though you have personally offended the concept of swordsmanship, and you try harder, not because you fear punishment, but because you do not want to see that look again. The training is comprehensive. Sword work, obviously, but also lance work, which requires a completely different set of skills. The lance is long and heavy and unwieldy, and using it from horseback requires you to guide a galloping horse with your knees while holding a 12-foot pole steady and aiming it at a target that is moving toward you at speed. The quintain, a wooden target on a post that swings around and hits you if you are too slow, becomes your daily nemesis. You charge it. You hit it. It swings around and knocks you off your horse. You get up, get back on, and do it again. This continues until you learn to hit the target and duck the swing, which takes weeks. And by the time you master it, you have been knocked off your horse so many times that the ground feels like an old friend. You learn to fight with a mace, a weapon that requires less finesse than a sword, but more upper body strength. You learn the basics of the axe. You learn to use a dagger in close quarters, which is the last resort of a knight who has lost his sword and his lance and his mace, and is now in the kind of situation where things have gone very badly wrong. You learn to fight in armor. This is different from fighting without armor in ways you did not expect. Armor is heavy. A full suit of mail and plate, which is what knights are beginning to wear in your era, weighs between 40 and 60 pounds, distributed across your body. This does not sound like much until you try to fight in it. Suddenly, every movement costs more effort. Every swing of the sword is heavier. Every step is harder. You breathe faster, and the breath is hot inside your helm, and the sweat runs into your eyes, and you cannot wipe it away because your hands are covered in metal gauntlets that were not designed for eye wiping. Sir Geoffrey makes you train in armor regularly because, as he says in his quiet, matter-of-fact way, you will fight in armor, so you will train in armor. This is the kind of logic that is impossible to argue with and deeply unpleasant to experience. You run in armor, you climb in armor, you wrestle in armor, you lie on the ground in armor and try to get up, which is harder than it sounds because armor is not flexible and the ground is not cooperative. And getting a man in 60 pounds of metal from horizontal to vertical is a genuine engineering challenge. But you adapt. Your body changes to meet the demands placed on it. Your shoulders broaden. Your legs thicken. Your grip, which was strong before, becomes something that can bend iron, or at least that is what it feels like. You are 17, and you are becoming something. Not yet a knight, but something more than a boy. Sir Geoffrey's household becomes your world. His wife Lady Margaret is a quiet woman who manages the household with the same careful efficiency her husband applies to everything else. She is kind to you in a distant, practical way, and sometimes, on feast days, she makes sure you get an extra portion of whatever is being served, which is her way of saying she approves of you without actually saying it. There are other squires, 2 of them. One is your age, a boy named Robert who is earnest and hardworking and not particularly gifted with a sword, but who makes up for it with sheer determination. The other is younger, recently arrived, and looks at you the way you once looked at William, with a mixture of awe and apprehension. You try to be kind to him. You remember what it was like. The years of squirehood pass in a rhythm of training and service. You wake before Sir Geoffrey and lay out his clothes. You attend him at meals. You ride beside him when he travels, which is often, because a knight's life involves a surprising amount of administrative work. Settling disputes between tenants, attending the Lord's court, inspecting his lands, dealing with the endless, tedious business of running a medieval estate. You sit in on these meetings and learn that being a knight is not primarily about fighting. It is about managing land and people and obligations and expectations. And the fighting, when it comes, is almost a relief from the paperwork. Sir Geoffrey takes you to your first tournament when you are 16. It is held at a great lord's castle, 2 weeks' ride away, and the journey there is your first real taste of the wider world. You pass through towns you have never seen. You cross rivers on ferries that seem unlikely to survive the crossing. You sleep in inns that make your straw mattress look luxurious. And you eat food that makes the castle cook's worst efforts seem inspired. The tournament itself is overwhelming. You have heard about tournaments your entire life, but hearing about them is nothing like seeing one. The field is enormous, ringed with stands where lords and ladies sit under colored canopies. There are hundreds of knights from all over the region, and their armor gleams in the sun, and their horses are draped in colored cloth, and their squires, boys like you, scurry around with an air of barely controlled panic, making sure everything is ready. Sir Geoffrey jousts. He does well. He does not win, but he unseats 2 opponents, and is himself unseated only once, and he comes away with a respectable showing and no broken bones, which is the primary measure of success at a tournament. You watch from the sidelines and you see, for the first time, what all your training has been building toward. The speed of it, the violence of it, the way a lance strikes a shield and shatters into splinters, and the way a man in full armor falls from a galloping horse and hits the ground with a sound like a cathedral collapsing. It is terrifying. It is also, and you will not admit this to anyone, thrilling. There is something deep in your chest that responds to the charge, to the speed, to the raw physical confrontation of it. You are not sure if this is courage or foolishness or something else entirely, but it is there, and it will be there for the rest of your life. Take a breath. Feel the anticipation, but let it soften. Let it become something quiet, something warm. After the tournament, you return to Sir Geoffrey's manor, and life continues. You train, you serve, you grow. You are 18 now, then 19, then 20. Your body has finished becoming whatever it is going to be. Tall enough, strong enough, with the particular build of a man who has spent his entire life doing physical work. Your hands are scarred and calloused. Your face is weathered, You look older than you are, which is normal for the Middle Ages, where everyone looks older than they are, because the Middle Ages are difficult on faces. You begin to think about knighthood, not in the abstract way you thought about it as a child, but in the practical, immediate way of someone who can see the destination approaching. Sir Geoffrey has mentioned it. He has said, in his quiet way, that you are ready, or nearly ready, and that when the time comes, he will recommend you to his lord for the dubbing ceremony. The dubbing. The word itself is almost comically underwhelming for what it represents. To be dubbed is to be tapped on the shoulder with a sword and told that you are now a knight. That is essentially it. The ceremony itself can be simple or elaborate, depending on the circumstances, but the core of it is that gesture. The blade on the shoulder, the words spoken, and then you stand up and you are something you were not before. In your case, the ceremony takes place on a feast day in the chapel of Sir Geoffrey's lord. The night before, you keep vigil. This means you spend the entire night in the chapel, alone, kneeling before the altar, praying, or trying to pray. Mostly you kneel there in the flickering candlelight and think about everything that has brought you to this moment. The castle gate when you were 7, your mother's hands smelling of bread, the straw mattress, William, Thomas and his wooden swords, Sir Geoffrey's quiet disappointment when you got the footwork wrong, Tonnerre the horse, who bit you at least once a week for 3 years. All of it, every cold morning, an aching muscle, and tedious hour of polishing armor, has led to this night, this chapel, this silence. Your knees hurt. The stone floor is unforgiving, and you have been kneeling for hours. But you do not shift. You do not fidget. You have been training for this your entire life. Not the ceremony, but this. The ability to endure discomfort without complaint. The ability to be still when everything in your body is telling you to move. Dawn comes. The candles gutter. Light begins to creep through the chapel windows. Thin and gray at first, then warmer, carrying the faint promise of the day. You hear footsteps outside, voices. The world is waking up, and soon it will be time. They bring you a bath. This is notable because baths, in the medieval world, are not everyday occurrences. You bathe, and the water is warm. Someone has heated it specifically for this purpose, and the warmth of it is almost shocking after the long, cold night on the stone floor. You dress in clean clothes, white symbolizing purity, red symbolizing the blood you are willing to shed. Someone helps you into pieces of armor, not all of it, but enough to mark you as what you are about to become. You enter the great hall. It is full of people. Sir Geoffrey is there, and his lord, and other knights, and ladies, and priests, and everyone is watching you, and you walk toward the dais where the Lord stands, and your footsteps sound very loud in the quiet room. You kneel. The Lord speaks. He asks you questions. Will you uphold justice, protect the weak, serve God, honor your Lord? You answer yes. The answers are formulaic, expected. But your voice, you notice, does not shake. You are surprised by this. You expected it to shake. And then the sword touches your shoulder. Once, twice. The Lord says the words, "Rise, Sir Knight," or something to that effect. The exact wording varies. The meaning does not. You stand. You are a knight. Take a breath. A long, slow one. You have been waiting for this since you were 7 years old. And now it is done. And the world looks exactly the same as it did a moment ago. And you are exactly the same person you were a moment ago. Except that now you have a title. And with the title comes everything. The land, the obligations, the armor, the horse, the sword, the expectation that you will use all of these things in service of something larger than yourself. There is a feast afterward. There is always a feast afterward. The medieval world runs on feasts. Every significant event, birth, death, marriage, knighting, holy days, the arrival of an important guest, the departure of an important guest. Tuesday is marked by a feast, which is to say by a lot of food and a lot of wine, and a lot of people sitting in a large room and eating until they cannot eat anymore. You eat. You drink. People congratulate you. Someone gives you a pair of golden spurs, which are the symbol of knighthood, and which you will wear on your boots from now on, and which will make a small jingling sound when you walk, that you will find annoying at first, and then comforting, and then will simply stop noticing, the way you stop noticing all the small, constant sounds of your own life. And then the feast ends, and the people disperse, and you go to your room. Your own room now, because you are a knight, and knights do not sleep on straw mattresses on the floor with other boys. And you sit on your bed, which is an actual bed, with an actual frame and actual blankets. And you look at your hands, which are a man's hands now, scarred and rough, and you think, this is it. This is what I am. The next morning, you wake up, and you are still a knight. And the morning after that, and the morning after that, and the novelty of it fades, as novelty always does, and what replaces it is the reality of what being a knight actually means on a daily basis, which is, it turns out, quite a lot of very ordinary things. Your morning begins early, always early. The medieval world wakes with the sun because candles are expensive and daylight is free, and so you are up at dawn, or before it, depending on the season. You dress. As a knight, with your own household, small, but yours. You have a squire of your own now, a boy of 14 who helps you dress, and who looks at you the way you once looked at Sir Geoffrey. You try to be the kind of knight that Sir Geoffrey was, which means quiet, patient, and occasionally disappointed in a way that motivates rather than crushes. You pray. The day still begins with God, always with God. You attend Mass in the chapel, if there is one, or you kneel in your room and say the prayers you have been saying since you were 7, the same Latin words in the same order, and by now, they are less prayer than rhythm, less communication with the divine than a way of marking the beginning of the day, like winding a clock or opening the curtains. Breakfast is simple. Bread, still bread, always bread, with perhaps some cheese and ale. You eat quickly because there are things to do. If you are at home, on your lands, the morning is devoted to the business of being a landholder. You meet with your steward, who manages the estate in your absence, and who knows more about agriculture than you ever will. He tells you about the crops, the tenants, the repairs that need doing, the disputes that need settling. You listen and nod and make decisions, and some of the decisions are good and some are less good, and you learn, slowly, that managing land is a skill every bit as demanding as managing a sword. If you are not at home, if you are at court or on campaign or visiting another lord, the morning is devoted to training. Even now, even as a knight, you train. you will train every day for the rest of your active life. The sword, the lance, the mace, riding, wrestling. Training is not something you do to become a knight. It is something you do because you are a knight, and because the skills of war are perishable, and because the moment you stop training is the moment you start dying, slowly, in the way that all neglected skills die. The midday meal is the main meal of the day. In your own hall, it is a modest affair. Bread, meat, or fish, depending on the day and the season and the state of your finances. Vegetables that have been boiled into a state of gentle surrender, and ale or wine, depending on what is available. If you are dining at a lord's table, the meal is more elaborate, but the basic structure is the same. A lot of bread, a lot of meat, and a certain amount of ceremony around who sits where, and who is served first, and who gets the best pieces, which is always the host and his most important guests. And you learn to navigate these hierarchies the way a sailor learns to navigate currents. By paying attention and not making sudden moves. The afternoon varies. Some days you hunt, which is both recreation and food production. Hunting in the medieval world is not the quiet, contemplative activity it later becomes. It is a loud, chaotic group affair involving horses and dogs and horns and beaters, and a great deal of riding through forests at speeds that would be inadvisable even on a modern road, let alone on a medieval forest track that is essentially a suggestion of a path through an obstacle course of trees and roots and low branches that want to remove you from your saddle. You hunt deer, mostly. Also boar, which is more dangerous and therefore more exciting, and therefore more popular among knights, who, as a class, have a complicated relationship with danger that involves seeking it out when it is not strictly necessary, and then complaining about the consequences. A boar hunt is a serious business. Boar are large, fast, angry, and equipped with tusks that can open a man's leg from knee to hip. The dogs go in first to find and hold the boar, and then the hunters follow, on horseback or on foot with spears, and the whole thing is loud and messy and occasionally fatal. And afterward, everyone acts as though it was tremendous fun, even the people who were nearly killed. Other afternoons are quieter. You sit in your hall and listen to a minstrel play, or you play chess, a popular game among the aristocracy, and one of the few intellectual pursuits that knights consider acceptable. You talk with other knights if they are visiting, about horses and weapons and campaigns, and the general state of the world, which is always, in their estimation, worse than it used to be. Because nostalgia is the default setting of the military mind in every era. You write letters. Or rather, you dictate letters, because while you can read and write, your handwriting is not particularly impressive, and your chaplain has a much nicer hand. You dictate letters to your lord, to other knights, to your family, to anyone who needs to be communicated with. The letters are slow. Everything is slow in the medieval world. A letter might take days or weeks to arrive, and the response might take days or weeks to come back. And so, conversations happen at a pace that would drive a modern person to distraction, but which feels, to you, entirely normal. The evening meal is lighter than the midday one. More bread, some leftovers, perhaps some fruit or nuts. You eat in your hall, by the fire, and the fire throws shadows on the walls, and the shadows move like living things. And outside, the darkness is settling over the world like a blanket, and the sounds of the day, the horses, the dogs, the servants, the creaking of the cartwheels, are giving way to the sounds of the night, which are smaller and stranger and closer. You pray again. Evening prayers. The cycle of prayer that structures the medieval day is not optional, not negotiable, not something you can skip because you are tired or busy, or not feeling particularly spiritual. You pray because that is what people do. That is what knights do. You pray in the morning and at meals and in the evening and sometimes in between, and the prayers are always the same, and the sameness of them is the point. They are not conversations with God. They are the heartbeat of the day. They give it rhythm and structure and meaning, even on the days when meaning feels distant. And then you sleep. In your bed, in your room, in the quiet dark, with the fire burning low and the wind outside and the whole stone weight of the world above you and around you and beneath you. And tomorrow you will do it all again, and the day after, and the day after that. This is the life of a knight. Not glory, not adventure. Routine. Beautiful, boring, sustaining routine. Take a breath. Settle into the rhythm. Let it carry you. Let us talk about armor. Because armor, more than the sword, more than the horse, more than the code of chivalry, or the dubbing ceremony or any of it, is what defines the physical experience of being a knight. Armor is what you wear. Armor is what you carry. Armor is what stands between you and death, and also between you and comfort. And it does both of these things with equal effectiveness. In your era, the late 13th century, armor is in a state of transition. The older style, the full hauberk of chainmail, is being supplemented with pieces of plate armor, solid pieces of shaped metal that cover the limbs and torso. A knight of your time might wear a mail hauberk with plates strapped over the shins, the knees, the thighs, the arms, and sometimes the chest. On your head, a great helm, a large, flat-topped or rounded cylinder of steel that covers the entire head and face, with narrow slits to see through and small holes to breathe through. Putting on armor is a process. It is not something you do quickly or alone. Your squire helps you, and the process takes the better part of half an hour, sometimes longer. First, the padded garment underneath, the gambeson, which is a thick, quilted jacket that serves as both padding and insulation. Then the mail hauberk, which is pulled over the head like an extremely heavy, extremely metal shirt, and which settles onto the gambeson with a weight that you feel in your shoulders immediately. Then the plates, strapped on one by one, each one adjusted, each one checked. The greaves for the shins, the polans for the knees, the cuisses for the thighs, the vambraces for the forearms, the gauntlets for the hands, and finally, the helm, which descends over your head and reduces the world to a narrow slit of light and the sound of your own breathing, which is suddenly very loud. The weight. Let us talk about the weight. 40 to 60 pounds, as I mentioned earlier, and it is distributed across your body, which is the only reason you can bear it. But even distributed, it is there, always there. You feel it in your legs when you walk. You feel it in your shoulders when you stand. You feel it in your lower back after an hour, and in your neck after 2, and everywhere after 3. The armor does not hurt exactly. It is more that it adds a constant, low-level effort to everything you do. Walking becomes work. Climbing becomes hard work. Running becomes something you avoid unless someone is actively trying to kill you. The heat. In summer, armor is a portable oven. The metal absorbs the sun's heat and holds it, and the padded gambeson underneath traps your body heat. And within minutes of putting on armor in warm weather, you're sweating. Within an hour, you're drenched. The sweat has nowhere to go. It pools inside the armor, in the creases and folds, and it smells, and you smell, and everyone in armor smells. And this is one of the great unspoken truths of medieval warfare. It smells terrible. Not the blood and death part, though that smells terrible too. Just the wearing armor on a warm day part. The background aroma of a medieval battlefield is, above all else, perspiration. In cold weather, armor is a different kind of miserable. The metal conducts cold the way it conducts heat, and your hands inside the gauntlets go numb, and your face inside the helm goes numb, and the only part of you that is warm is the part directly under the gambeson, and even that is a relative warmth. A warmth measured not in comfort, but in degrees of less cold. And yet, for all its discomfort, armor is remarkable. It works. A properly made hauberk of chainmail will stop a sword slash. A plate covering will turn aside a lance point. The armor does what it is designed to do, which is keep you alive. And in the arithmetic of the medieval world, where the alternative to discomfort is death, discomfort is a bargain. You develop a relationship with your armor, the way a crab develops a relationship with its shell. It becomes part of you. You learn its sounds, the particular clink and rattle of your mail, the creak of your leather straps, the dull thud of your plates against each other when you move. You learn its limitations, the way it restricts your vision when the helm is on, the way it catches on things when you climb, the way it makes getting up from the ground an exercise in determination and leverage. And you learn its comforts, the way it feels when you finally take it off at the end of a day, and the air hits your sweat-soaked body, and the weight lifts from your shoulders, and you feel for a moment as though you might float away. Take a breath. Feel the weight lift. Tournaments. You attend them regularly now as a knight. They are the social events of the medieval world, the places where knights come together to compete, to show off, to make alliances, to settle grudges, and to occasionally get killed, though that last part is discouraged. The reality of a tournament is both more and less glamorous than you might expect. More, because the spectacle is genuine. The colors, the heraldry, the banners snapping in the wind, the gleaming armor, the beautiful horses, the stands full of people cheering. Less, because behind the spectacle is a tremendous amount of logistics. Your squire has been working for days to prepare your armor and weapons. Your horses need to be transported, fed, and kept calm. Your tent needs to be set up, your banner displayed, your place in the lists secured. A tournament is, in many ways, a military operation. And like all military operations, it runs on the unglamorous work of the people behind the scenes. The joust itself is a strange experience. You line up at one end of the tilt yard, on your destrier, holding a lance that is 12 feet long and weighs about 10 pounds. At the other end, another knight on another horse. Between you, a wooden barrier, the tilt, that keeps the horses from colliding head-on. Someone gives a signal. You spur your horse. The horse surges forward, and the world narrows to that single point ahead of you. The other knight's shield, growing larger as the distance closes. You brace the lance under your arm, tighten your grip, aim, and then impact. The impact of a lance on a shield at a closing speed of 40 miles per hour is not a delicate thing. It is a full-body experience. Even if you land a perfect hit, the shock travels up the lance and into your arm and shoulder and through your entire body. If the other knight's lance hits your shield, the same thing happens, but in reverse, and the combined force of the two impacts can lift a man out of his saddle and throw him to the ground, which is 6 feet below and made of compacted earth. You fall. Not every time, but enough times. Everyone falls. The best jousters in the world fall. The difference between a good jouster and a bad one is not whether they fall, but how often, and how they get up afterward. You have learned to fall in armor, to tuck, to roll, to protect your head and neck. But even a good fall in armor hurts. The ground is hard, the armor is heavy, and the audience is watching, which means you have to get up as though nothing happened, dust yourself off, and walk back to your end of the lists with as much dignity as a man who has just been thrown from a horse in front of several hundred people can muster. The other events at a tournament, the melee, the sword fights, the wrestling, are equally physical and equally bruising. The melee, in particular, is a chaotic, violent free-for-all in which groups of knights fight each other in a confined space, and the line between practice and real combat is thin enough to be theoretical. Knights are injured in melees regularly. Bones are broken. Joints are dislocated. Concussions are so common, they are barely remarked upon. And occasionally, despite the rules and the blunted weapons, someone dies. And there is a brief period of solemnity before the tournament continues, because tournaments are expensive to organize, and the show must go on. But tournaments are also where you make your reputation. A strong showing at a tournament, a few opponents unseated, a good performance in the melee, perhaps a prize won, enhances your standing among your peers. It attracts the attention of lords who might offer you patronage. It makes you known, which in the medieval world is almost as important as being good. A knight nobody has heard of is a knight nobody trusts, and trust is the currency of the feudal system. And so, you joust, and you fight, and you fall, and you get up, and you do it again. And over the years, your body accumulates the evidence of these encounters. A nose broken and healed slightly crooked, a shoulder that aches when the weather turns cold, a knee that sometimes gives way on stairs, fingers that do not straighten all the way. You wear these injuries the way you wear your armor, as part of who you are. They are the price of the life you have chosen, or rather the life that was chosen for you, which amounts to the same thing. Let the sounds of the tournament fade now, the cheering, the clash of metal, the thunder of hooves. Let it all grow quiet. You are back in your castle, in your hall, in the stillness of an ordinary evening. Castle life. The daily reality of living in a stone building in the medieval period is an exercise in managing discomfort. The castle is cold, as we have discussed. It is also damp, and it is dark, even during the day, because windows in a castle are narrow, designed to keep out arrows, not to let in light. And the interiors are lit by candles and torches that produce more smoke than illumination. The great hall is the center of life. It is where you eat, where you entertain, where you conduct business, and where, on particularly cold nights, some of the household sleeps, huddled near the fire. The hall is large, but it is not comfortable in any modern sense. The floor is stone covered with rushes, dried grasses and herbs that are spread over the floor and replaced periodically, though periodically can mean anywhere from weekly to never, depending on the household. The rushes trap food scraps, dog hair, spilled ale, and all manner of things you would prefer not to think about, and they produce a distinctive smell that is part hay, part dog, and part the accumulated residue of a lot of people living in close quarters with imperfect hygiene. The smoke. Medieval buildings are smoky. The fire in the great hall vents through a hole in the roof, or through a chimney if the castle is modern enough to have one. But neither solution is perfectly effective, and a certain amount of smoke lingers in the air at all times. Your eyes water. Your clothes smell of smoke. Your lungs, over the years, become accustomed to breathing air that would make a modern person cough. This is simply what indoor air is like. You do not notice it anymore. Your lungs notice it quietly over the decades, but you yourself do not. The smells. We should talk about the smells. A medieval castle smells like a medieval castle, which is to say it smells like a combination of wood smoke, cooking food, animal dung from the stables, the latrine, which is a stone room with a hole that empties into the moat or a cesspit, human bodies that bathe infrequently, the tallow from candles, the herbs in the rushes, and the faint, permanent undercurrent of damp stone. You are used to it. Everyone is used to it. Nobody mentions it because there is nothing to compare it to. This is simply what the world smells like. The boredom. This is the part that the stories never mention. Medieval life, particularly castle life in peacetime, can be extraordinarily boring. There are only so many hours you can train, only so many letters you can dictate, only so many disputes you can settle before the day stretches out ahead of you, flat and featureless, and you find yourself sitting in your hall with nothing to do but watch the fire burn and listen to the wind outside and think thoughts that go nowhere. You play chess, you play dice, though the church disapproves. You listen to minstrels and storytellers when they come through, and they tell stories of Arthur and his knights, stories of impossible valor and perfect love, and you listen, and you enjoy them, and you know, with the quiet certainty of a man who has actually worn armor and actually fought in a melee, that the stories are nonsense, beautiful nonsense, comforting nonsense, but nonsense nonetheless. You talk. Conversation is the primary entertainment of the medieval aristocracy. You talk about horses, about hunting, about campaigns past and campaigns yet to come. You gossip, because gossip is the lifeblood of any closed community, and a medieval castle is a very closed community indeed. You know who is sleeping with whom, who is feuding with whom, who said what to whom at the last feast. This information is not trivial. In the political world of the medieval aristocracy, knowing who is angry at whom and why is a survival skill. And sometimes, on the long, quiet evenings, when the fire is burning low, and the hall is half empty, and the wind is making its sounds outside the thick stone walls, you simply sit. You sit, and you are still, and you let the quiet fill you up. And this, too, is part of the life, the stillness, the waiting, the long, empty hours between the moments that matter. Take a breath. Let the boredom wash over you. It is not unpleasant. It is just still. And then, one day, the stillness ends. A messenger arrives. Your lord has called his banners. There is a war. Going to war in the medieval period is not the dramatic, sudden thing it might seem. You do not leap onto your horse and ride off at dawn. You prepare. The preparations take weeks. You gather your men, the handful of men-at-arms and archers who owe you service. You check your armor, your weapons, your horses. Your squire packs the things you will need: food, cooking equipment, spare clothing, tools for repairing armor. You settle your affairs at home, because going to war means you might not come back, and someone needs to manage the estate in your absence. And then you march. Marching is the primary activity of medieval warfare. For every hour of actual combat, there are days, sometimes weeks, of marching. You ride at the head of your small column, on your palfrey, saving the destrier for battle, and the road stretches ahead of you, and the countryside moves past with agonizing slowness, and the days bleed into each other until you cannot remember if it is Tuesday or Thursday. And it does not matter anyway, because Wednesday looks exactly the same as both. The march is boring. The march is uncomfortable. You ride for 8 or 10 hours a day, and your back aches and your legs cramp, and the saddle rubs in places that make you shift constantly, seeking a position that does not exist. The road, such as it is a track of compressed mud that turns to soup when it rains, which is frequently because you are in England, and it is always about to rain in England, even when it is not actually raining. The mud gets everywhere. On your boots, on your clothes, on your horse, on your food. It is a constant low-level insult from the landscape itself. You camp at night. The camps are rough affairs, tents for the knights, open ground for the common soldiers. You eat what you have brought, supplemented by whatever can be foraged or purchased, or, in less disciplined armies, stolen from the local population, which does nothing for your reputation and everything for your stomach. The food on campaign is worse than the food at home, which was not outstanding to begin with. Hard bread, salted meat, whatever vegetables are in season, and ale that has gone flat and slightly sour, but which you drink anyway, because the water cannot be trusted. You sleep in your tent, on a cot, or on the ground, depending on how much you decided to bring. Your squire sleeps nearby, ready to help you into your armor at a moment's notice. You sleep lightly, not because of fear exactly, but because sleeping lightly is a habit you have developed, and habits die hard. Every sound outside the tent, a horse stamping, a sentry calling, a fox in the underbrush, brings you half awake, half alert, before you settle back down. The actual fighting, when it comes, is nothing like the stories. The stories are full of noble challenges and individual combats and dramatic speeches. The reality is chaos, noise, confusion, dust or mud, men shouting, horses screaming. The clang and crash of metal on metal, and underneath it all, a sound you were not prepared for, which is the sound of men in pain. And it is a sound that does not leave you, not ever, not even years later, when you are old and sitting by a fire and trying to think about anything else. Your first battle. You remember it in fragments. The waiting beforehand, which is the worst part. Standing in line with your men while the opposing army forms up across the field. And the fear is a cold, physical thing in your belly. And you want to vomit, but you do not, because the men are watching you, and you are their knight, and knights do not vomit. The charge, when it comes, is almost a relief, because at least the waiting is over. You couch your lance, spur your horse, and ride toward the enemy line, and the world shrinks to the space directly in front of you. and everything else, the noise, the fear, the other riders on either side of you, falls away. You hit someone, or someone hits you, or both. The lance shatters, and you draw your sword, and then it is close work, hacking and blocking and trying to stay on your horse, while other men on other horses are trying to knock you off, and you cannot see much through the slit in your helm, and you cannot hear much over the noise, and you swing your sword, because that is what you have been trained to do, and you hope that the things you are hitting are the enemy, and not your own men. And this continues for a time that feels like an hour, and is probably 10 minutes. And then it is over. Someone has broken. Someone has fled. The field is suddenly less crowded, and you can breathe. And you lift your visor, and the air hits your face, and it is the sweetest air you have ever tasted. Sweet, with the simple fact of being alive. The aftermath is quiet in a way that the battle was not. You dismount, your legs shake, and you pretend they do not. You check on your men. Some are wounded, some are not. You do not count the dead yet. That comes later. For now, there's only the slow, numb realization that it happened, that you survived, that the thing you have been training for since you were 10 years old with a wooden sword is real, and it is nothing like training. Nothing at all. Take a breath, a long one. Let the battlefield fade. You are safe now. You are here, in the quiet, in the dark. The battle is far away and long ago. Siege warfare. Most medieval conflict is not pitched battles on open fields. Most of it is sieges. Sitting outside a castle, waiting for the people inside to run out of food. It is, without question, the most boring form of warfare ever devised. A siege can last weeks, months, sometimes years. You sit in your camp outside the walls and you wait. You build siege engines slowly from timber cut from the surrounding forests. You dig trenches. You build earthworks. You send men to test the walls, and sometimes they come back and sometimes they do not. And mostly, you wait. You wait for the defenders to get hungry. You wait for disease to weaken them. You wait for their water to run out, or their morale to break, or for some enterprising spy to open a gate from the inside. The waiting is punctuated by occasional violence, an assault on the walls, arrows fired back and forth, stones launched from siege engines that crash into the masonry and send splinters of rock flying. A sortie by the defenders, who sally out from a gate and attack your siege works and then retreat behind their walls again. These events are sharp and sudden and frightening, and then they end, and the waiting resumes. The daily routine of a siege is mind-numbing. You wake, you eat, you walk the perimeter, you check on the siege engines, you attend a council where the same arguments are made by the same people about whether to assault the walls or wait, and the decision is always to wait, because assaulting walls is expensive in lives, and lives are expensive to replace, and so you wait. You walk the perimeter again, you eat again, you sleep, and the next day, you do it all over. The boredom of a siege is a special kind of boredom, the boredom of men who are trained for action and who are instead sitting in a field, watching a castle, waiting for something to happen, and nothing happens, and nothing happens, and nothing happens, and then suddenly something does happen, and it is terrifying, and then it stops, and the waiting resumes. The camp itself becomes a temporary town. Merchants arrive, selling food and drink, and whatever else soldiers will pay for. A smith sets up a forge to repair armor and weapons. A surgeon establishes a tent and waits, with the particular patience of a man whose business depends on other men's misfortune. There are even entertainers, minstrels, jugglers, the occasional traveling storyteller, because war does not eliminate the human need for distraction, and if anything, it intensifies it. You play dice in the evenings with other knights. You tell stories. You argue about tactics. You complain about the food, which is getting worse as the siege drags on and the local countryside is picked clean. You write letters home, or dictate them, and you wonder how long it will be before you see your hall again, your fire, your bed, your wife's face in the morning light. Disease is the real killer during a siege, not for the defenders, though they suffer too, but for the besiegers. Thousands of men packed into a camp with inadequate sanitation is a recipe for epidemic, and dysentery, typhoid, and assorted other illnesses sweep through siege camps with terrible regularity. More men die of disease during sieges than die of combat, by a wide margin. And you learn this not from a book, but from the experience of watching healthy men sicken and die over the course of days, from a cause you cannot see and cannot fight. You survive the siege. The castle falls eventually, as most castles eventually do. You enter through the breached wall, and you see what a siege looks like from the inside. The gaunt faces, the empty storerooms, the wells scraped dry. And you are glad, with a grim, tired gladness, that you were on the outside. Injuries and medicine. Over the course of your career, you accumulate injuries the way a tree accumulates rings. A cut here, a bruise there, a bone broken and set and healed slightly wrong. Your left shoulder, dislocated in a tournament, never quite works the same way again. Your right hand, struck by a mace, has two fingers that do not bend properly. A scar across your forehead from a sword that found the gap between your helm and your mail, and that bled so profusely that you thought you were dying, though in fact it was just a scalp wound, and scalp wounds bleed out of all proportion to their severity. Medieval medicine is, by modern standards, horrifying, but by the standards of the time, it is the best available, and you are grateful for it, because the alternative is no medicine at all. When you break a bone, a surgeon sets it. The surgeon may be a monk, or a barber, or a man who has simply developed a reputation for being good at setting bones. He straightens the bone, binds it with splints and bandages, and tells you to keep it still. And whether the bone heals straight or crooked depends on luck and the surgeon's skill, roughly in equal measure. Wound treatment involves cleaning the wound, sometimes with wine, which stings ferociously, but which, it turns out, actually does help prevent infection, though nobody knows why, and then binding it with cloth and hoping for the best. Infection is the great fear. A wound that becomes infected can kill a man more surely than the weapon that caused it. And the signs of infection, the redness, the swelling, the heat, the foul smell, are watched for with anxious attention. There are poultices made of herbs. There are prayers said over wounds. There are amulets worn to ward off illness. And sometimes these things work, or seem to work, and sometimes they do not. And the line between medicine and faith and luck is blurry to the point of invisibility. You endure. That word again. Endurance. It is the thread that runs through your entire life. You endure the injuries, the cold, the heat, the boredom, the fear, the loss. You endure because that is what you were trained to do, all those years ago, on the cold stone floor of the chapel, on the straw mattress in the page's room, on the muddy field with Thomas and his wooden swords. Chivalry, the code, the ideal. Let us talk about it, because it is both central to your identity as a knight and deeply, fundamentally at odds with the reality of your life. The code of chivalry, as it is taught and sung about and written down, demands that you be brave, honorable, loyal, generous, courteous, and devoted to the protection of the weak and the service of God. It is a beautiful ideal. It is also, in practice, largely aspirational. The gap between what chivalry demands and what knights actually do is wide enough to ride a horse through, which is fitting, because knights are involved. You try to be chivalrous. Most knights try, in their way. You are generous to the poor when you can afford to be. You are courteous to ladies most of the time. You honor your obligations to your lord, because the alternative, disloyalty, has consequences that are severe and immediate. But you have also seen knights who claim to be chivalrous burn villages, mistreat prisoners, and break every rule the code sets down, and you have seen them face no consequences for it. And this teaches you that chivalry is not a law, but a guideline, and guidelines are observed when convenient and ignored when not. The truth is that chivalry serves a purpose beyond morality. It is a framework for managing violence. The medieval world is violent, and the men who do the violence, knights, are powerful and dangerous. And the code of chivalry is, among other things, a way of putting limits on what they can do. It says, you may fight, but you must fight fairly. You may kill, but you must not kill prisoners. You may wage war, but you must spare women and children and churchmen. These rules are not always followed, but the fact that they exist, the fact that there is an ideal, however imperfectly realized, shapes behavior in ways that matter. You think about chivalry on the long, quiet evenings. You think about the gap between who you are supposed to be and who you are. You think about the things you have done that a perfect knight would not have done, and the things you have failed to do that a perfect knight would have. And you conclude, as most knights conclude, that perfection is not the point. The point is the trying, the constant, imperfect, human trying. Faith. God is everywhere in your world, not in the distant, abstract way that God exists in the modern world for many people, but in the immediate, daily, practical way that air exists. You breathe God the way you breathe air. He is in the prayers that start and end your day. He is in the chapel where you kneel. He is in the crosses you wear, and the oaths you swear, and the blessings you receive before battle. He is in the explanation for everything. Why it rains, why it does not, why the crops grow, why they fail, why you live, why others die. God is the answer, and the question does not matter. You believe. Of course you believe. Disbelief is not a category that exists in your world. There are heretics, yes, people who believe wrongly, but there are no atheists, no one who simply does not believe. The existence of God is as obvious to you as the existence of the sun. You can see the sun, you can feel its heat, and you can see God in the order of the world, in the beauty of creation, in the quiet certainty that settles over you when you kneel in the chapel and the light comes through the window and falls on the altar. Your faith is not complicated. You do not wrestle with theology. You leave that to the monks and the bishops and the university scholars who debate such things. Your faith is simple and practical. You pray. You attend Mass. You confess your sins. You take communion. You try, in your imperfect way, to live according to God's will, which you understand to mean: be loyal, be brave, protect the weak, and do not eat meat on Fridays. The Crusades loom in the background of your world. The great military pilgrimages to the Holy Land, where Christian knights fought to reclaim Jerusalem from the Muslims. You have heard the stories. Some of the older knights you know went on crusade, and they came back with strange scars and stranger stories, and a haunted look in their eyes that they never entirely lose. You think about going yourself sometimes. It is considered the highest expression of knightly devotion, the ultimate act of faith, but it is also far away and dangerous and expensive, and your lands need managing, and so the crusade remains a thought, a possibility, a thing you might do someday, and someday never quite arrives. Take a breath. Let the weight of faith settle gently, like snow. Marriage. You marry. Not for love. Love is a luxury that the medieval aristocracy cannot afford, at least not in their marriages. You marry for alliance, for land, for political advantage. Your wife is the daughter of a neighboring lord, and the marriage is arranged by your families, and you meet her for the first time a few weeks before the wedding, and she is not what you expected, which is fair, because you are probably not what she expected either. She is practical. She is competent. She takes over the management of your household with an efficiency that would be frightening if it were not so useful. And within weeks, she knows more about the running of your estate than you do, which is not saying much, but still. She manages the servants, the food stores, the spinning and weaving that produce the cloth your household needs. She handles the accounts because she is better with numbers than you are. She is, in every meaningful sense, the person who keeps your life running while you are off training and fighting and attending tournaments. Love comes, not the way it comes in the stories, sudden, overwhelming, a bolt of lightning in the chest. It comes slowly, over years, built from shared meals and shared worries and shared children, and the quiet, daily intimacy of two people who have decided, or had it decided for them, that they will spend their lives together. You learn her moods. She learns yours. You develop a private language of glances and gestures and small, insignificant words that carry enormous weight. And one day, years into your marriage, you realize that you love her and that you have loved her for a long time, and that you did not notice it happening because it happened so gradually, like the changing of the seasons. Children come, sons and daughters, arriving at intervals, each one a small earthquake in the routine of your life. You love them with a ferocity that surprises you, this man who has been trained since childhood to be stoic and controlled. You watch them grow. You send your sons away to be pages, the same way your father sent you away. And the morning they leave, you stand in the courtyard and watch them ride off. And something in your chest does that thing it used to do when you were 7 and thinking about your mother, and you let it, because you are old enough now to know that this feeling is not weakness. It is the only thing that matters. Food. Let us talk about what you actually eat, because the food of a medieval knight is both simpler and more varied than you might expect. Bread is the staple. Bread every day, at every meal, in quantities that would alarm a modern nutritionist. The bread varies in quality. White bread, made from finely ground wheat, for the Lord's table, and darker, coarser bread, made from rye or barley, or a mixture, for everyone else. You eat the white bread because you are a knight, and this is one of the perks of your station. Meat is important. A knight's diet is more heavily meat-based than a peasant's, because meat is expensive, and being able to afford meat is a status marker. You eat beef, pork, mutton, venison from the hunt, poultry, chickens, geese, ducks. The meat is roasted, or stewed, or baked in pies, or preserved by salting or smoking for the winter months. Fresh meat is a seasonal luxury, available mainly in autumn and early winter when the animals are slaughtered, because there is not enough feed to keep them all through the cold months. The rest of the year, you eat preserved meat, which is tough and salty, and bears about as much resemblance to fresh meat as a memory bears to the experience it remembers. Fish on Fridays, and during Lent, when meat is forbidden. The church takes its fasting rules seriously, and so do you, or at least you observe them, which is not quite the same thing. The fish is fresh if you are near a river or the sea, and preserved, dried, salted, pickled if you are not. Stockfish, which is cod that has been dried until it has the texture and flexibility of a wooden plank, is a staple during Lent, and preparing it requires soaking it in water for days before it becomes edible. And even then, edible is a generous description. Vegetables. Root vegetables mostly. Turnips, parsnips, carrots, onions, cabbages, peas, and beans. These are boiled generally because boiling is the default cooking method of the medieval world. Boiling is safe. Boiling is simple. Boiling kills whatever might be living in the food. It also kills much of the flavor, but flavor is not the primary concern. Sustenance is the primary concern. Fruit in season. Apples, pears, plums, cherries. Dried fruit in winter. Nuts. Honey, which is the primary sweetener, because sugar is exotic and fantastically expensive, available only to the wealthiest households. And drink. Ale, mostly. Everyone drinks ale, because water is unreliable and sometimes dangerous. The brewing process makes the water safe, and the alcohol content, lower than modern beer, keeps you hydrated without keeping you drunk, though the line between hydrated and slightly drunk is not always clear. Wine for special occasions, or if you are wealthy enough to afford it regularly. Wine is imported, mostly from France, and it is expensive, and drinking wine instead of ale is another of those status markers that the medieval world is so fond of. You eat well enough. You are never hungry, which cannot be said for most people in the medieval world. You eat too much meat, and too little fresh vegetation, and too much salt, and not enough of whatever it is that prevents scurvy. And your teeth, your poor teeth, bear the consequences of a diet heavy in bread and sugarless sweetness, and no dental care whatsoever. But you do not know about nutrition, and you do not know about vitamins, and you do not know about dental hygiene. And so you eat what you eat and drink what you drink, and your body does its best with what it is given. Feasts are different. Feast days, Christmas, Easter, saints' days, and any occasion the Lord deems worthy of celebration, bring out the best the kitchen can produce. Multiple courses, roasted meats carved at the table, pies with elaborate crusts, sauces flavored with spices that have traveled thousands of miles from the east and cost more per ounce than the plate they are served on. Saffron, pepper, cinnamon, ginger. These are the luxuries of the medieval table, and they are deployed with the same strategic calculation as troops on a battlefield. To serve spiced food is to demonstrate wealth. To serve lavishly spiced food is to demonstrate serious wealth. And at a feast, wealth is the point. There is a particular pleasure in a feast that transcends the food itself. It is the pleasure of abundance after scarcity, of warmth after cold, of fellowship after solitude. The hall is full, the fire is roaring, the candles are burning. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, an extravagance of light that makes the hall glow golden. The musicians play, the conversation flows. The ale and wine flow faster, and for a few hours, the cold and the dark and the difficulty of medieval life retreat, and what is left is simply people, together, eating and drinking and laughing and being alive. Take a breath. Settle. The meal is over. The hall is quiet. The years pass. They pass the way years pass in any life. Unevenly, some fast and some slow, some full and some empty. You are 30, you are 35, you are 40, and you are beginning to notice something that you have been ignoring for years, which is that your body is changing. Not changing the way it changed when you were young, when the changes were additions. Muscle, height, strength, speed. These changes are subtractions. Things are being taken away. The shoulder that was dislocated 15 years ago aches constantly now, not just when the weather turns. Your knees, which carried you through thousands of hours of training and fighting and riding, creak and pop when you climb stairs. Your back, which has borne the weight of 60 pounds of armor more times than you can count, stiffens in the morning. And the stiffness takes longer to work out, and some days it does not work out at all. You are slower, not dramatically, not yet, but enough to notice. The young squires in the training yard move with a speed that you remember having, that you know you had, but that you cannot quite match anymore. You compensate with experience, with the vast library of technique and instinct that 30 years of training has built in your muscles. And for now, experience is enough. For now, the old knight can still teach the young squires a thing or two. But you can see the future, and in the future, experience will not be enough, and the young squires will be faster and stronger, and they will not need your tricks, and you will be standing on the side of the yard, watching, remembering. You attend fewer tournaments, not because you want to. You still love the joust, the charge, the impact, the roar of the crowd, but because your body has begun to make its arguments in a language you cannot ignore. The last tournament you attended, you unseated one opponent and were unseated twice, and the second fall left you lying on the ground for a long moment, not because you were hurt, not badly anyway, but because your body simply needed more time to process the impact than it used to. Your squire helped you up, and you walked back to your tent, and you sat down, and you thought, this may have been the last time. The world is changing too. The young men coming up are different from you. Their armor is different. More plate, less mail, evolving toward the full suits of plate that will define the 15th century. Their weapons are different. Their tactics are different. The battles are different. The longbow is changing warfare, and men in armor, men like you, are more vulnerable than they have ever been. A peasant with a yew bow and a bodkin arrow can punch through plate armor at 100 yards. And this fact, which would have been inconceivable when you were young, is now simply the way things are. There is a particular loneliness to aging as a knight. Your peers, the men you trained with, fought with, drank with, are disappearing. One by one, they go. Some die in battle, even now. Some die of illness. Some simply fade, growing thinner and quieter, until one morning someone mentions their name, and you realize you have not seen them in a year. And then someone tells you they are gone, and you add them to the list you carry, the long, quiet list of people who are no longer here. You attend funerals, more funerals than feasts now. You stand in chapels and listen to the same prayers said over different men, and you wear your best clothes, which is to say, your least worn clothes, and you pay your respects. And you ride home afterward through countryside that looks exactly the same as it did before your friend was in it, and will look exactly the same now that he is not. And there is something unbearable about this. The indifference of the landscape to the presence or absence of the people who move through it. But there is also something comforting. The world goes on. The fields are plowed and planted and harvested. The seasons turn. The rivers flow. The birds build their nests and raise their young and fly south when the cold comes and come back when it goes. And none of this requires your participation, and none of it will stop when you stop. And there is a peace in that, a deep, quiet peace that you could not have understood when you were young. You begin to think about retirement, not the sudden, dramatic retirement of the stories, where the knight lays down his sword after one final great deed. The real retirement, the slow one, where you gradually do less and delegate more and spend more time sitting by the fire and more time talking about the old days and less time doing the things the old days were made of. You hand responsibilities to your son, your eldest, who is a knight himself now, young and strong and full of the certainty that youth provides and that experience erodes. You watch him the way Sir Geoffrey once watched you, with patience, with quiet correction, with the occasional flash of disappointment that motivates rather than crushes. He is good. He is better than you were at his age, which is as it should be, which is the whole point. Your wife manages the estate with the same competence she has always shown, and you are grateful for her in ways you do not have the words to express, though you try, sometimes, in the quiet evenings. And she looks at you with an expression that says she knows, and that words are not necessary, and that the 30 years you have spent together are their own form of eloquence. You pray more, not because you are more devout. You are not sure if devout is the right word for what you are, but because prayer is what fills the spaces that training and fighting used to fill. You kneel in the chapel, and your knees protest, and you kneel anyway, and you say the words, the same words you have been saying since you were 7, and they feel different now, not empty, full of all the years and all the mornings and all the prayers that came before, stacked up like stones in a wall, building something you cannot quite see but can feel. You think about the people you have lost. Sir Geoffrey, who died 15 years ago, peacefully, in his bed, which was the best death a knight could hope for, and which very few knights achieved. Thomas, the man-at-arms, who taught you to swing a wooden sword, who died of a fever during a campaign, and was buried in a field you cannot find on any map. William, Your first friend, the boy who showed you where the bread was, who fell at a battle you would rather not name, and who was buried with honors you were too numb to appreciate at the time. Your mother, who died while you were far away, and who you did not see again after that morning when she held you and her hands smelled of bread and lavender. You carry these people with you. You carry them in the quiet moments, in the chapel, in the dark before sleep, in the spaces between heartbeats where memory lives. Take a breath, a slow one. Feel the weight of the years, not heavy, just present. You are old now, old by medieval standards, which means you are 50, or perhaps 55. Your hair is gray, what remains of it. Your face is a map of the life you have lived, lined, weathered, scarred, lived in. Your hands, those scarred and calloused instruments that have held swords and lances and reins and children, are stiff now, the joints swollen, the fingers reluctant to close all the way. You wake in the morning, and every joint in your body presents its complaint, a dawn chorus of aches and stiffnesses that takes the better part of an hour to quiet down. You do not train anymore. You cannot. The body that carried you through all those years has presented its final invoice, and the price is your ability to do the things that defined you. You cannot swing a sword without your shoulder screaming. You cannot ride for more than an hour without your back seizing. You cannot wear armor at all. The weight is simply too much for joints that have been ground down by decades of carrying it. But you are not unhappy. You are tired, and you are old, and you hurt, but you are not unhappy. You sit in your hall by the fire, in the chair that has molded itself to your body over the years, the way the straw mattress molded itself to you when you were a boy. Your grandchildren play at your feet. Your wife sits beside you, doing her needlework, and she is older too, her hair silver, her hands spotted, but her eyes are the same. And when she looks at you, you see the same person you have been seeing for 30 years, and you love her. And you do not need to say it. You tell stories. The grandchildren ask for them, and you oblige. And the stories grow in the telling, the way all stories do, until the one opponent you unhorsed at that long-ago tournament becomes 3, and the siege that lasted 6 weeks becomes 6 months, and the battle you barely survived becomes the battle you won single-handedly. You know you are exaggerating. The children do not know, and that is fine. The truth of the stories is not in the details. It is in the feeling. The feeling of what it was like to be young and strong and alive, riding a horse at full gallop with a lance in your hand and the wind in your face and the whole impossible, beautiful, terrifying world stretching out before you. The end comes quietly, not in battle, not with glory, but in bed, in the middle of the night, in the castle that has been your home for decades. You feel tired, more tired than usual, a tiredness that goes deeper than muscles and bones, down to some fundamental place where the machinery of your body has been running for 55 years and is ready now to stop. Your wife is beside you. She holds your hand. The fire is burning low, and the room is dim, and outside, the world is doing all the things it always does. The wind blowing, the dogs sleeping, the sentries walking their rounds on the walls. You can hear the stones settling, the way they have been settling for hundreds of years before you, and will continue settling for hundreds of years after. You are a small part of a very old story, and you are ready to let it continue without you. The priest comes. He has been coming more often lately, and you do not mind. He hears your confession, and there is not much to confess anymore. The sins of old men are small sins, the sins of impatience and irritability, and eating too much cheese. He gives you the last rites, the sacrament of the dying, and the Latin words are the same words you have been hearing your entire life, and they are beautiful, and they are enough. Your son is here. He stands by the bed, tall and strong, wearing the expression of a man who is trying very hard not to show what he is feeling. You want to tell him that it is all right, that feeling things is not weakness, that the strongest thing a knight can do is let himself feel. But the words are hard to find, and your breath is short. And so you just look at him, and he looks at you, and that is enough too. You think about the morning you arrived at the castle, 7 years old, small and frightened, and holding a pony's reins, with hands that did not know anything yet. You think about the straw mattress, and the cold water basin, and the chapel at dawn, and Thomas saying again, and Sir Geoffrey's quiet nod of approval, and the sword on your shoulder, and the first battle, and the long, beautiful, ordinary years that followed. And so the armor is hung up for the last time. The sword is placed on the wall. The spurs are quiet. And you, who were once a boy on a pony, and then a page in a castle, and then a squire, and then a knight, you close your eyes, and the last thing you feel is the warmth of someone's hand in yours. And the last thing you hear is the wind. And the last thing you think is that it was good. All of it. Even the cold parts. Even the boring parts. Even the parts that hurt. It was good. If you are still listening, thank you. If you have already drifted off, then the story did its job. Rest well. 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 Rest caring who wore the purple. The distant emperor in Ravenna had no effect on their daily lives. What mattered was the local landlord, the local bishop, the local warlord. Power had become local, personal, immediate. The great abstraction of the Roman state had dissolved into something more human-scaled and, in its own way, more comprehensible. And so, on a late summer day in 476, a Germanic chieftain named Odoacer deposed the last Western Roman emperor, a young boy named Romulus Augustulus. The name is almost too perfect. Romulus, the name of the city's mythical founder, combined with Augustulus. The little Augustus, a diminutive that captured perfectly the shrunken dignity of the office. Odoacer did not sack the city. He did not burn the temples. He simply sent the imperial regalia, the crown, the purple robes, the symbols of power, to the Eastern emperor in Constantinople, with a polite message that the West no longer needed its own emperor. The Eastern emperor shrugged and accepted the situation. And that was it. No great battle. No dramatic last stand. Just a quiet administrative change. The Western Roman Empire, which had endured for 5 centuries and shaped the world in ways we are still living with today, ended not with a crash, but with a bureaucratic memo. The buildings were still there. The roads still crossed the countryside. The aqueducts, though crumbling, still carried some water. People still lived in the city, in far smaller numbers than before. They still spoke Latin, though it was slowly evolving into the languages we now call Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian. They still told stories about the old days, about the emperors and the legions and the glory that had once been. The great library collections that had once been the pride of Roman houses and public buildings were scattered and lost, not all at once. There was no single moment when the books disappeared. But parchment rots, papyrus crumbles, and when there are fewer people who can read, and fewer who care about what was written, the books simply stop being copied. They are used as kindling, or their pages are scraped clean and reused for something else. The vast majority of ancient literature was lost this way, not burned by barbarians, but quietly neglected into oblivion. We know the names of hundreds of works that we'll never read: lost plays by Sophocles, lost histories by Livy, lost poems, lost letters, lost philosophical treatises, an entire civilization's worth of thought and art, reduced to footnotes and fragments. It happened so slowly that no one noticed it happening. That is how most things are lost, not in catastrophe, but in slow indifference. The baths eventually closed, not all at once, but gradually, as the aqueducts that fed them broke down, and no one had the resources or the knowledge to repair them. The last public baths in Rome probably ceased operation sometime in the 6th century. After that, Europe would not see communal bathing on that scale for over 1,000 years. The Forum, once the heart of the world, became a pasture, literally. By the medieval period, cows grazed among the ruins, and the place was known as the Campo Vaccino, the cowfield. The marble columns were buried in centuries of accumulated earth and rubble. The temples were dismantled, their stones carted off for building material. The great sewer, the Cloaca Maxima, still drained into the Tiber, as it does to this day. But Rome did not truly die. It transformed. The Catholic Church, headquartered in Rome, preserved much of Roman culture, law, and language. The Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, continued in Constantinople for another 1,000 years, carrying on the Roman name and tradition. And the idea of Rome, the idea of a universal civilization, bound by law and connected by roads and speaking a common language, never entirely disappeared. It influenced every European civilization that came after it, and through colonialism, it spread around the world. Take a breath now, a long, slow breath. Feel the centuries settle like layers of sediment, one on top of another. The mud brick huts of the first Romans, the marble temples of the Republic, the vast bath complexes of the Empire, the overgrown ruins of the Middle Ages. Layer upon layer, each one built on the one below. The sun is setting over the 7 hills. The Tiber still flows, as it has for thousands of years, slow and muddy and indifferent to human affairs. A bird sings in the umbrella pines. The light turns gold, then amber, then the deep blue of evening. Somewhere in the ruins of the Forum, a lizard basks on a fallen column, warming itself in the last light. It doesn't know that this stone was once part of a temple to Saturn, where the state treasury was kept. It doesn't know that the ground beneath it was walked by Caesar, by Cicero, by nameless slaves and farmers and soldiers. It just knows the stone is warm. The Colosseum still stands too, of course, though half of it has been quarried away over the centuries. For a long time, it was used as a source of building stone. Popes and princes carted off its marble and travertine to build palaces and churches. What remains is a skeleton, beautiful, haunting, stripped of its skin but still recognizable. Cats live in the lower levels now. Hundreds of them, fed by volunteers, lounging in the same tunnels where gladiators once waited for their turn to fight. The cats don't know any of this. They just know the stones are warm. And the stones are warm because the sun has been shining on them all day, as it has shone on Rome for thousands of years, since before the city was a city, since before the hills had names, since before a she-wolf found 2 babies by the river, and the whole improbable story began. Think about that for a moment. The same sun that warmed the face of Romulus, standing on his hill, surveying the land where his city would rise. The same sun that shone on the legions, marching out to conquer a world. The same sun that filtered through the oculus of the Pantheon and moved slowly across the marble floor, marking the hours. The same sun that watched the last emperor hand over his crown, and the centuries that followed, and all the people who lived and loved and worried and slept and woke and did it all again. The sun doesn't keep time the way we do. It just rises and sets, patient and indifferent, while civilizations bloom and fade beneath it like flowers in a garden that no one planted and no one tends. And so Rome faded, not with a crash, but with a long, slow exhale. The kind of breath you take when you finally set down something heavy you've been carrying for a very long time. The empire put down its burden, and the world moved on, carrying Rome's legacy in its bones and its language and its laws, even when it forgot where those things came from. If you're still listening, thank you for spending this time in the ancient world with me. We walked through 1,000 years together, from a couple of shepherds on a hill to the last emperor handing over his crown. We smelled the bread baking and the garum fermenting. We heard the crowds at the Circus Maximus and the quiet scratch of Marcus Aurelius's pen in his tent by the Danube. We stood in the Forum when it was the center of the world, and we stood there again when it was a cow pasture. If you've already drifted off, then the story did its job. The words did what they were meant to do, which was to carry you gently from here to sleep, like a boat on a slow river, moving with the current, going nowhere in particular, just floating. Either way, rest well.